Morning, morning. Morning, morning. Damn. I saw that Boeing was down. I didn't see why. Oh, plane crash. Thanks, Pimp Daddy. Pimp Daddy. Pimp Daddy. Jimmy is getting wrecked. Can we get a new CEO? I mean, all Ryan Cohen does is raise money for offerings. And that's all he does. What has this man done as CEO? Company is profitable was negative. Details. He seriously hasn't done shit. You're in a business storefront, a retail storefront that is dying as an industry. Zero adaptation. What is it? The new Xbox doesn't even have. Is it rumored? I don't know. That the new Xbox isn't even going to have physical games. Like, that's coming. Yeah, the new Xbox going to be dickless. Yep. There you go. They got to pivot, and he ain't pivoting. He's just raising money constantly. Let's go dispute.
2 away from really looking good. Thanks for the laughs and smiles, but a big thanks from my wife for giving me the better looks.
Now, don't confuse whenever your wife witchcraft she's using on you. All right. Nothing places the transformation that occurs when you sub to this channel. You understand? Scientifically unproven. It's a fact. We're watching the anime. Mother of God. Damn you, yes. Probably watching it tonight. Morning. Oh. There we go. All that filth. Such garbage. Such garbage. I found a cock. You got it then. Jeez. $220. I got myself at least a little cushion on the 200K. It doesn't seem like the 200K curse is as strong as some of the other ones. What was it? 130 was like forever. Disgusting. Hey, Soils. The clip of Elon talking to you, that clip is now number 3 on that channel. Did you know that? It's number 3. It's ranked number 3. It's a popular clip, Soils. Soils, you don't know how long it took me to get Elon to say the message. I was in there for a good 20 minutes trying to get the right prompt, and then I finally got it. It's dedication, baby. 9 o'clock news coming up. I can't win with these swings. I've taken 2 swings this year, right? Maybe more. I can't remember. Last 2 I took were a short on DJT and a short on Tesla. This is like last week, right? This is the day that Elon breaks up with Trump. I swing short. What happens? Tesla gaps up $10. Okay, sure. DJT does a $500 million shelf offering. Dumps like 80 cents at the moment. When I wake up the next day, it's up $1. Today, or yesterday, OKLO is going nutty, right? I'm like, oh, this thing's going to gap up. Closing at the highs, short squeeze, and juicy juice. I'm going to take NNE as a sympathy swing, all right? Take NNE as a sympathy swing. What happens? OKLO announces an offering. I cannot win. What is a net positive contribution to society? When I'm a day trader? Well, I provide liquidity so you can get in and out of your trades. That's what I do. That's what day traders do. We provide liquidity. Not that there needs to be a justification. I freaking pay taxes. You're welcome. The government bends me over and takes 50% of my money every year. You're welcome. That's it. That's it. Blazing Heart. That's 100% it, man. The more and more that I think of, you know, U.S. taxes, it's just so depressing when you get up there and you start making real money. Like you're like, oh, I've made it, you know, because no, you didn't. You get nickel and dime. I like that, nickel and dime, and then freaking 50 cented by the government. I love that phrase. That's good blazing. That's right, Salty. Try not to pay taxes. Yeah, that'll work well for me, Demjin. Freaking. Oh, we got 9 o'clock news here. Nothing really moving off of the 9 o'clock news. Huge seller showing up. And then, okay. Why do I take pre-market trades anymore? I mean, look at it. Now, low a day. Oh, yeah, keep going. What? $600. Now we're red. I mean, this is morning training for you right now. Put out good news. Looks like you're gonna get going. People are interested. Boom, low a day. Unbelievable. Well, that's boring. XP. That's your favorite, huh? All right, body break.
Let's fucking go.
Cringe perky. All right. Let's see what we got. Chime and Vantage Corp. They did veto. Not a juicer. Oh. All right. Daily plays. We've got SGN that'll be doing its first cock in like 2 weeks since the initial pop up. It's basically filled it has filled the gap. So we're getting a candle over candle delay, something to watch on that. Hollow, I don't even know why it's on my list. Oh. No. NAKA, we might get continuation, we'll see. KWM, almost got there pre-market. Got a 760 level. AREA over 10 would do it. KLTO's got the daily right now. SPRO is really looking good for a breakout on the daily. I guess it would just be $3 now. Morning chicka bow wow. Nice. EL. Landmark 7-figure con. NATO, huh? So $1.8 billion company that's moving on a 7-figure contract. TDTH here. 500 million financing for XRP. Oh, I get you. No, I just don't know. There must be something more to the story. I don't know why. This is juicing like it is. But yeah. Daily's nice. There ain't much today, is there? Maybe Circle and Voyager will do something for us. Feel like the energy plays that were hot yesterday are dead now because OKLO. We'll see. Gels Daily might do something. I don't know. There's not really a ton I like. Just maybe Boeing and GME for the big gaps they're doing. RAF, I've taken 2 trades. One was a nice win. The other was some absolute bullshit. So I'm red right now. I hope so, Tim. Banachuk juiced us yesterday, man. The news plays were hot and heavy. All right, RSLS got some price compression here. PL still juicing. PL still juicing. Yeah, there's been quite the change. How much is Benzinga here? I don't know what the price is right now. I know if you use my coupon code, it's like 20% off or whatever. But I don't know what the rate is right now. Hey, Soils, are you here or any mod here on Twitch? Soils, can you see if a good banana got timed out or something? He's not, his messages aren't coming through Twitch. Or dude, or whoever. See, unless you've never been a mod. Wait, are you a mod? I don't even know who my mods are. Soil says you're good, banana. I don't see anything good, banana. There you go. We see you now, good banana. All right, 5-minute break. Be back for the open. I don't know what this is. I like this, but we'll see. Only works if I use channel points. I don't know. Restart your browser. That's all I could think of.
Stock J Clap.
Kind of freaking love. Give me a sweet swing, sweet. Yep. Sweet swing my dick. But of course, SMR is going to take off, huh? Okay. Boeing bouncing. You think you're shadow banned? Oh, that's fun. But it's interesting that it'll work with highlights. At least you found a way around it. Serve daily. Damn, OKLO. Jeez. All right, you do that. You do it now. You do it now. OKLO. Holy ball sock, dude. Look at this thing. Big old girthy. Okay, you do it now. Your turn. No. Do it. Look at this thing. Freaking do it. Serve. Absolute monster. Oh my gosh. RSLS, red to green, maybe. Freaking do it. This is not what this is doing. Just taking it off. RSLS, that was a nice one. Jimmy is just dumpster fire right now. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Bullshit fills, bullshit fills, bullshit fills. NAKA coming back up. Really light volume. USAR might be one to watch today. XTIA from yesterday starting to move. Is this whole thing up? I like the spot. Is that halted? That's a weak false halt or weak halt. It's probably be a flat open. I was able to grab some right before. Dude, OKLO is still going. RSLS could do a dip and rip. Circle going to try maybe a bounce up chance here. We'll see. ASTS is juicing. Was that SBET? Well, yeah, Sebas. It looked like it was going to be a strong halt. So I was like, okay, I'll size up. And then it was a very weak halt. I don't know. What is it showing as far as the resumption quote? Flat. All right. SBET hitting the scanners. KLTO. DPRO. It had news today, right? Yeah. What was it? Not really. not really news, and it sounds like they're trying to fill this offering, honestly. If it gets going, it could get going. I mean, you have a huge gap to fill because of that offering announcement. GME's trying to go red to green. Watch that one for a bounce. All right, let's see if this one goes. Five seconds. Come on. Melissa Phil. Of course, it's got a dip and rip. You just can't gap up for me, right? This daily looks great. LFMD. There's really nothing. Crowd. Geez, swear. Not my wheelhouse right now. CRCL flat top at 113. Oh. We got some news you don't want to miss. 15 minutes from Coinbase. Okay. Take some calls on it. I don't know. It's 10 o'clock announcement. I don't know. Horseshit, fellas. SMR is juicing. There's 3 energy, the nuclear energy plays, whatever, that I follow. OKLO, NNE, SMR. Only one of them are running right now. All right, we're going to have to figure out what this Coinbase announcement might be. We've got some news you won't want to miss. 15 minutes. Watch the State of Crypto Summit live stream here on X. Wait, what? $10 a.m. All right. I've got it up. If it does anything, I'll let you know. XTIA, MACD's crossed down. Voyo, 5 minute. No, not 5 minute. What is this level? 5980 something. 5982. Oof. It went over 60 and then came right back underneath it. Bullshit. Bullshit. Hymns. Okay. Plug daily. I can't believe I'm saying that. OKLO, 5 minute. SMR has a daily as well. I didn't look at that. OKLO has a 5. $69. No break. Oh. Oh. Crying out loud. Tell me you can't do that. Stop. Yuck, man. Yuck. Sloppy, sloppy. We got 5 minutes on this Coinbase thing. XTIA trying to go again. Okay, hello. ARAI right back up. That daily cock is very interesting. So the 971 break. So we're buck away from it right now, but if it gets there, I'm def interested. Coinbase doing a 5-minute cock break in support. Just have to let it go. Play the news when it breaks, if and when it breaks. The dirty time. There you go, good man. I see that non-highlighted message from you. Maybe your shadow ban's over. Oh, Billy. Do it for daddy. Do it for daddy. 38. It's a good rip. Do it for daddy. Oh, so close. Oh, nope. Damn it. Oh, so close. I got greedy. SMR is better. That was a setup. I don't actually have SMR up. I need to, though. It's moving well. Two minutes now on this, whatever Coinbase thing is. The only one of the three energy stocks that is actually looking like horseshit right now is NNE. You know which one I'm swing trading right now? NNE. Look at this. SMR juicer. OKLO does an offering. At least it's bullish today. NNE, the one I swung, the one that lagged all day yesterday, and all of them down, going down. It's the touch of death. It's exactly it. The cooler, boys. Never doubt. Never doubt. RSL is trying to curl 5 minutes. It's horse manure. Stock market news, Rand. I use Benzinga and Trade Exchange. It's 10 a.m. Yeah. Put the volume on so I can hear this thing. Jeez. All right. It's playing. Serial killer got him. Quad. Freaking A. RSLS with the juice.
BWX Technologies says Dennis Carter become president and CEO.
Jeez.
Of CNL on September 13th.
Trying to buy this horizontal. I don't know what it is, but I have it there. Small win. NNE, what an absolute dumpster fire. Let's get rid of you. Look at this. It's the only one that is just ready to go low a day. Whatever. $8,600 people watching this thing. Usar. $9,000. 10,000 people. It's just a video of New York right now. Go Florida, suck a dick. You're not even a Florida fan. You're a make-believe Florida fan. This is the State of Crypto Summit. It's on Twitter, on Coinbase's. Here we go. They just showed a Wi-Fi password.
A sense of American dynamism has swept this country. But what does that mean for the most important technology of all that nobody seems to be talking about? Money, your economic freedom. Who's innovating that?
It's not very
Who's
loud.
making the sci-fi robot hologram brain implant version of the dollar bill? Who's sending your jar of pennies into orbit and landing it on the other side of the planet?
SOAR pop.
It's crypto. If you want to build the future, it starts with money from the future. If it powers the world, it'll be powered by crypto.
PHR, trader circulating the stock mentioned as a Zach's home run pick. That's Papa Hotel Romeo, PHR.
Please welcome your host for State of Crypto Summit 2025, John D'Agostino.
S&P futures continuing higher now, down just about flat.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I am thrilled to be here and emceeing the third annual State of Crypto. We're honored to have over 600 leaders across finance, technology, policy,
OKLO, hi day.
media.
I just
For the first time
can't
ever,
win with these
we're
stupid
live
freaking
streaming
swings,
to
man.
thousands tuning in around the world. So to all the speakers, if you weren't nervous before, buckle up. Now look, my job as MC is to kind of keep the pace moving, keep it light. So normally I would start off with a very kind of just ease you into the event. I think we have a video though, and probably should be pretty low key. So let's
See if
kick
I
this
can
off.
get this.
A very big hello to everyone at the Coinbase State of Crypto Summit. I'm delighted to speak to some of the greatest visionaries and pioneers in the fields of tech and finance.
Is this
who
the
are
big
working
announcement?
to build a future powered by crypto.
I ticker Coinbase COIN. Note President Trump currently speaking on record at Coinbase. Administrators of Coinbase seeing a bump in activity.
The Biden administration's war on crypto was an absolute war and very unfair. And we unleashed American innovators to do what you do best, lead the world into new frontiers. We ended Operation Choke Point 2.0. I created the first presidential working group on digital assets. I named
Coming up at 10:30, natural gas storage, a build of 108 BCF.
a great man named Paul Atkins, and we created the U.S. Strategic Bitcoin Reserve and the United States Digital Asset Stockpile. But we are not done yet. My administration is working with Congress to pass the Genius Act, supporting the creation of dollar-backed stablecoins. And we also will be working to create clear and simple market frameworks that will allow
President
America
Trump
to dominate the
comments
future
now
of
for the
crypto and
Coinbase Crypto
Bitcoin.
Summit.
Congratulations to everyone at this exciting time in your industry and in our country's life. I wish you all the best of luck and have a great conference.
I want to thank our incredible policy team for constructing the most monumental upstage of anyone ever in history. John, MC, and follow the president. That's great. Now, State of Crypto is
It's true.
a
CRCL.
cornerstone
Didn't even
event for
think of
the
that.
industry.
Thank you.
A place
Good
where the
banana.
biggest names tackle the most pivotal questions of the day and help set the agenda for
It's actually got a really
months
good
ahead.
chart here too.
Last year, we heard from PayPal, Google, ARK Invest, St. Jude, others. We gathered these extraordinary companies together to discuss how the crypto industry, including all of you in this room, is leading the charge to revolutionize and democratize finance for the entire world. Now, we did this in a decidedly different political and regulatory environment. So we gather again at a pretty defining moment for crypto. 52 million Americans own crypto. and use it for faster.
OKLO is about to go
payment
green on
systems.
the day.
Now, this is a striking stat in its own right. Even more so when you consider that according to NASDAQ, that's about the same number of Americans who have purposely purchased a share of stock. Now, these American crypto owners made their voice heard in the last election, and as a result, regulation in the US has shifted from a headwind to a tailwind. Governments around the world are recognizing that crypto has a huge role to play in the economy of the future. Legislating is very hard work, but what's happening, hopefully pretty soon, on the Genius and Clarity Act reminds us how seriously both sides of the aisle are taking this. Good crypto policy and collaboration are essential for our future. Now, despite all of this good news, all this change, our mission here at Coinbase remains the same: to increase economic freedom in the world and get 1 billion people on chain. Now, everyone here is going to help us do that, and today's conversations will be focused entirely around that mission: to innovate across investment and capital formation. And we have a ton in store for you today. We're going to discuss the future of money, stablecoins, payments, consumer utility, institutional adoption, the policy landscape surrounding everything. We're going to hear from a really great lineup of speakers, including Jeremy Allaire from Circle. I think he has something to celebrate. I'm not sure.
Oh, there you go, Circle.
Saquon Barkley, Philadelphia Eagles. Rob Goldstein, a little startup called BlackRock. Legendary tech investor Philippe Lafont. Now, Philippe, I'm not sure where you are, but actually one of my first jobs was working for Philippe's competitor hedge fund, and I was tasked with deconstructing his alpha. He's frustratingly good. We're going to have Toby Lutke from Shopify and Coinbase board member, and then last but certainly not least, the brilliant Chairman Carolyn Pham of the CFTC, as well as a ton of others. So I strongly encourage you to tune in
USAR High Day.
at 2:15 for our Coinbase product showcase. This is something we've never done before.
2:15?
We're super excited about. You do not want to miss it. Okay, a couple of housekeeping items. In order of importance, restrooms are located on this level to the left of the main stage. That's my right, your left. The Wi-Fi network, the emergency exits are located on either side of me. I'm realizing now this crowd's probably the only one that would prioritize Wi-Fi over restrooms and emergency exits, so sorry about that. The Wi-Fi network is SOC 2025, and the password is Future of Money with a capital F. Please, please, please tag Coinbase on all socials, reference State of Crypto, and unless you have a really interesting ringtone, like Kermit the Frog singing Kesha, like really, really funny and cool, please turn off your phones or set them to silent out of respect for our speakers. Okay, tons to be excited about in crypto in general for this year.
Big diagonal
year,
here
but
on
probably
this
the big story, the big
BOYG.
scalable use case story, though, has been stablecoins. So I can't think of a better way to kick things off than to introduce the first
Circle.
fireside chat with our CEO, Brian Armstrong, Circle CEO, Jeremy Allaire, and Lulu Meservey on the transformative power of stablecoins. Please help me welcome our first panel.
This doesn't really sound like something that is going to move Coinbase. I'll mute it for you all. I'll listen, but if it gets juicy, I'll flip it back. The 2:15 product demonstration for Coinbase, though, sounds interesting. Stable coins? Yeah. Well, especially when there's no regulatory framework underneath them. That's when shit can hit the fan, right? $50 break. Please. One time for the one time. Nope. Nope. SOAR. Interesting levels here. $5 billion. Jeez. GLXY Ray Blanco long. Thought it was going to be news. DFDV needs a pullback, but I do like it. NNE. Is it setting up something? Thing's already taken $1,000 from me today. VOYG. Still setting up. There's your break. Big level at 914. Okay. This is now like the third time today. 30-cent flush as soon as I enter in. Freaking horseshit. The fuck? Come on. What is this spread all of a sudden? Okay. AI getting up there. Of course, now that I'm out. Well, I have it in the... This needs to freaking move. This is moving all over the place. This needs to move. Oh, come on! Will I be playing Chime IPO? Probably. Come on, rip through this 50. SMR really tight. Watch that one for a break. ARAI, freaking 1 minute here. Looks good. Just get me out. Jeez. Now it's going to push 60. Probably going to break it too. Wow, Galaxy juicing now. SMR 5-minute inside candles times 3. Very tight range. Chime is indicating 41. These are getting kind of crazy. What's up, Groovy? Okay, hello. Yeah, I got it on watch still. It's over here on my charts. DFDV 1 minute. Yesterday's high 31.14. It's just kind of ARAI back to the highs. Roger Chase, and I missed this trade because I was reading your message. Just kidding. All right, this is getting real close to the daily now. 9071 ARAI. Get this 950. We get one more pullback. Nope. All right, it's through. $971. Please give us a pullback first. USAR hit 14. That gas in line basically. Okay, low, still juicing. Setting up something. Please chill. DFTV 2909. It's a dip. Still waiting on a 1 minute here. Pushes up to that 971. Boom, got it. See what we can do with this thing. See if it can reclaim it. Don't like these cracks in it not really get going. Okay, hello, 5 minute cock and go. Potential 6730 is the level. $37 or 6735. Sophia's chime sympathy. Jeez. They're not opening that anytime soon, are they? It's a 1 minute cock here. DFTV still juicing. Going for 30. Huh. Oh, that's ugly. It's real ugly. It's disgusting even. I see this OKLO. It's just freaking bounce to bounce, bounce to bounce. Give us the breakout, OKLO. Got a W at 966 here. Needs to do something with that. There you go. Get 10. Thank you, Daddy. Thank you, Mommy. Thank you, Mommy. We're back! All right. Break even on the day now. $64 million records from T-Mobile. These don't really do much, but maybe. Okay. Okay. Small win. No. And once again, bad news, just grab shorts and gets them wrecked. I mean, we've seen that nonstop. What account did I take that in? Oh, small win on it. Okay. Oh, now you want to go. Now that I'm out, now you want to go. NVIDIA going for all-time highs. Sit in this as you go test those highs. circle trying to. BOYG coming up in that 60 level again. ARAI holding 10 so far. Hadn't had a cuck yet, but oh, there's a 1 minute, just missed it. Small win. Okay, hello. Are you gonna break out now? Please don't break right now. Son of a bitch. Of course it does. ARAI, 1 minute cock, another push. Very nice. Okalo. Very tight. BNTG. Did it now. Good to know. 1039 break would be a W here. Nice. Nice. There's OKLO. There's the break. Kind of chasing it here a little bit. Needs to go 44. 345, yes. 50. Do it. Oh. 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 No. I got greedy again, man. I'm like, oh, here's the big breakout right here. Big. Nope. Dicked. As soon as I exit, it jumped up. Unbelievable. NVIDIA W here. Give it to me, baby. AREI back up. Video pushing. Still green? Okay, we're still barely green, but we're green. DFDV 5 minute. Spreads suck. What was that IPO that you said 0? Oh, BNTG. Oof. Is it gonna go? There. Jeez, this one's an ugly one. NVIDIA hit 145. It's a new all-time high. Oh no, no, it's not. Gotta get way up there, huh? See that circle. You see Jimmy? Oh yeah, we saw Jimmy. Freaking dumpster fire. Okay, hello, trying again. Come on, give us the juice. Oh, it broke and failed. I gotta get out. Damn it. Small loss. Can you go again? I'm sorry, good banana. Is there a level here on OKLO? I'm not aware of. Maybe a cuck and go. Advantage not doing much yet, huh? It's a shame. These Chinese, is it Chinese? I don't even know. The meta might be over, boys. We might have to play real IPOs now. Okay, hello. Yeah, it's wound up tight, but it's also kind of failing on the times it has it to go. So I don't know. If we get a cuck right in here, cuck and go to play off of, maybe I take it. Or should fills again, dude. Just can't get. We had a cuck right here. That's my bottom dollar stop loss. Really needs to accelerate through here. Damn. Okay. 98's high a day. We're right there. Broke it. Oh, yeah! This is why we keep playing this stuff! Now we're making money. Watch ARAI dip and rip. Voyeur over 60. Shit, that one juiced. They're all juicing at the same time. Oh, I thought that was going to go. If it breaks, it should absolutely juice, but it's got to break the 59. There we go! Bullshit. Froze, man. Chime is 45. Jeez. All these IPOs recently, the company is getting absolutely bent over. Oh, you want to go public? Okay. Okay. Guess what? I'm gonna give you money, but tomorrow you're gonna hate your life. That's right. You're gonna watch your stock soar to unbelievable amounts of net worth. Market cap is gonna go through the roof. There's nothing you're gonna be able to do about it because you know why? Because you're locked in for 6 months. That's right. You're not gonna be able to sell. I'm gonna send your stock to the damn moon. You're not gonna be able to sell a dime. You're not gonna make a penny off of it. Because you sold your soul to me, banker. And while you're praying to God that the stock stays up for 6 more months, I'm going to be cashing in. That's right. I'm going to ring that register. I'm going to go buy a deserted island somewhere in the Caribbean, sip on pina coladas, and bathe in your tears as I watch my net worth cash out for billions and billions of dollars. That's what those bankers are doing right now. Okay, hello. Juicing. Takeover note, SLAB. Acquisition target for Apple. This is James Altucher or whatever his name is. He can sometimes move stocks. All right, I'll take it. Wow, Voyager. That's the break we were looking for right there. That's the freaking break. Look at this thing. It's got a huge window. ARAI high day. BNTG's open high day. Huh. Josh Brown, Lawn, PANW. NVIDIA going for that 145 again. What's this, Stylize? Some P action. Voyeur 1 minute. Playing out. Kind of fail. Nice word, cheese. The scanner I use for stocks, I don't have a scanner. I mean, you're looking at it. This is just a higher day, lower day scanner. What's this 1075? Damn, it just disappeared. Oof. It's the MACD. Oh, the MACD's down. I'm going to take the L on this one. I didn't see that. $1,000 loser. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. Very interesting. I haven't seen one go later in a while. Huh. Now NNE goes high then. You piece of shit. AREI again. MACD's still down, so I'm not going to go balls deep this time. Watching this previous level here on Voyager. Short report on APP. Damn. Just drop that. Cool. Hey, you guys don't think Voyager every time you see this thing? Huh? KNW, wasn't that? Damn. Where did this come from? What's on your mind? KW. There it goes. DFDV 2930 is a level. Super light volume though. Voyager. Big levels 63, 28, 29. It's a lot of info. How many monitors are we seeing? You only see one monitor, but I have 4. This is eTrade Pro. This is my trading platform. VNTG. Oh, that's freaking brutal. Oh, missed my trade. High day. They just filled me high day. Look where this is. It says 29.30. I took that trade thinking I was getting in at a good price. This does not exist, apparently. Break 30. Break 30. Using this opportunity to get out some at a non-ridiculous number. Let's just get it all off. You saw right back to the highs. Wow. KNW 430. Flat top. Where are we at on the day? $1,600. There's 30 break. Last time my broker filled me at a price that wasn't on the chart. I had to wait a whole day for it to profit. That is fun. The fact that you don't have an indicator of what price you're going to get is wild and blind. What? If I hit a market order, I don't know what price I'm going to get. I know what price range I should get. But that was a new one. Hadn't seen that special feature before. TOS gives you the MM price? How do they do that? Shower and Clorox. USAR about to go high today. That might be Trump Live. Oh. So Israel considering military action versus Iran in the coming days, coming from ABC. That's why we're seeing a spike in oil. I'll play my favorite one, you know, Cheese. You know, Cheese. Marshmallow and the well. Some asshole. Is it still going? No, pulled back already. DFTV, nice. KNW. The 1 minute here. 39 break. Play with the pop. Where's the film? This Coinbase conference is ass. What the hell is this, Soils? Me and Stock Jock on a date last fall. I don't even want to know what prompt you were putting in there. KNW went. There's that 450. Circle hasn't. There it is. Jesus. The pop! Trading cards, huh? Nearly 4 minutes. We have no sign there will be an Israeli attack on Iran in the immediate future. Last time we trusted Italy, we got screwed. Nowadays. It's just the nonstop raising of capital that Cohen does, man. It's free money. KLTO, high day. He's live. Fantastic. There it is. There's the bill signing. I got it. I got the feed. What is he signing? Oh, there it is. Watch Tesla. Is that what we're signing? $44. Rivian too. Yeah, that's a good call. It's really not moving on this. Really not affecting price much here. KNW $5. Jeez. Hopefully we get some Q&A on this. Sorry, getting
if
there.
You know Doug. Doug's not here, is he? If you knew Doug, he's always working someplace. But if you knew Doug, you'd know that he doesn't say that often. And he did. And Chris, you're doing great. But I don't like.
President Trump says
prices
don't
have gone
like
up
oil
just a little bit
prices
over
have
the last few days.
don't
I
like
was
oil
gonna call
prices
it
have
just
gone up.
Really start screaming at you. Are we okay? Nothing wrong, right? It's going to keep going down a little bit, right? Because we have inflation under control perfectly. You probably
Treasury
saw the
Secretary
records. Everyone's
Bessent
on
says
television saying,
TikTok
"What's going on here? Trump is
not
proven to
discussed
be
during
right."
US
You know, all of
Chinese
these
talks
things.
in
We've
London
taken
this
in
week.
88 billion in tariffs in 2 months. 88 billion with no inflation. And if we're smart, there won't be. Now, we'd like to get this guy to lower interest rates because
This
if he
guy.
doesn't, we have to pay. We have a lot of short-term debt. Obama gave it to us originally, and Biden carried it on. They like short-term. I like long-term cheap debt. But a lot of the debt comes through because Biden, he didn't do it. I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. But somebody
I'm going to
approved
put my trash out. Be right back.
short-term debt. It's all over the place, and it comes due starting very soon. And if we would lower the interest rates by 1 point, we'd pay about 1 point less. That's $300 billion a year. Can you believe it? 1 point. If he'd lower it by 2 points, we'd pay $600 billion a year less. That's for years, 10 years, 12 years, whatever we make it. But we can't get this guy to do it. And the fake news is saying, oh, if you fired him, it would be so bad. It would be so bad. I don't know why it would be so bad, but I'm not.
NBIS getting a pop here.
I just
Nebius
want him
Group.
to- we call him Too Late, right? Too Late is his nick, like Too Tall Jones. He was Too Tall, T-O-O. And I just say this because we want to get rid of inflation, and we have. But we're going to be paying more for debt. And all he has to do is lower it. Europe's done 10 lowerings. We've done none. And nobody understands it. Actually, today when the numbers came out, they were so good. You saw yesterday's numbers, incredible. No inflation. Today's numbers. Today just came out, same thing, no inflation. They're all shocked. All these guys are watching from business, CNBC, and all of these different networks. Maria Bartiromo actually got it right. She's been getting it right for a long time, that one. I hope she's appreciated. And Joe Kiernan's been very good at CNBC, I must tell you, but other people aren't so good. But I will say that they can't believe what's happening. But if I could, because we can discuss, we get a lot of press, we get a lot of cameras rolling right now. Not that I like doing it, because I don't. But if we cut our interest by 1 point, for years, we save $300 billion. If we cut it by 2 points, we save, because it's pretty equivalent. We're going to spend $600 billion a year, $600 billion, because of one numbskull that sits here. I don't see enough reason to cut the rates now. And the problem he's got is that, and I explained to him, look, if inflation went up, cut your rates now. There's no inflation. We got it down. We got prices down. We got gasoline down. And you'll keep it going down. But gasoline's down. We're it's drill, baby, drill. That's why it's going down. But we're all that. But think of it. I said to him, he was in my office a couple of days ago. I said, if you think there's inflation, let's find out. Because I think we're going to keep it down. I think gasoline's going to be so far down. Oil, energy, it's so much energy. We have so much energy, we don't know what to do with it. But let's say there was inflation in a year from now. Raise your rates. I don't mind. Raise your rates. I'm all for it. I'll be calling you. He'll be too late for that too. But raise your rates. you don't have to keep them up here. If it's going to go up, I'm okay with you raising, but it's down. And we're going out to financing. And I may have to force something. Somebody said, who's the genius that thought of that? I said, it's me. Unlike Biden, I stay awake at night thinking about how to save our country. He was much better at sleeping than me. He could sleep on a beach. He could sleep on a beach with cameras rolling. I can't do that. But I had an idea. I gave it. They said, this is really, we'll go short term for a year. Let this guy get out of office. Somebody will come in, cut it a couple of points, and we'll save ourselves 7, 8, maybe even $900 billion a year. What is he doing? Why doesn't he lower these rates? And with that, we'll get on to the California standard, which is a disaster, okay? So, Chris Wright, you're going to get the numbers down. Thank you very much. Lee Zeldin, one of the most important men in this room. He's the man. I get nervous when I talk to him. He's doing a great job. Nuclear, I say, okay, you can take 2 weeks for that approval. It used to take 20 years, then they wouldn't approve it. Now I say, Lee, nuclear, I'll give you 2 weeks for an approval. A coal-fired plant, you only get a couple of days. And oil and gas will give you a week, okay? Something like that. But he's doing it so fast, and we have so many plants being built right now. It's so beautiful to see. And one of the reasons they're coming here is because they have to produce tremendous, especially the AI, they have to produce beyond believable amounts of electricity. And they're doing, I said to them, I think this was more or less my idea. They didn't have the idea only because they didn't think a thing like this was possible. I said, as you build your plant, you're going to become a utility. And you're going to build a separate plant right alongside of it. You're going to build it. You're going to build a plant that produces electricity. And you'll produce it through natural gas, coal, nuclear. We don't want to produce it through wind because we don't feel like ruining 50 miles of beautiful plains and beautiful vistas. And but we want to produce it. You know, interestingly, China's opening up a coal plant every single week. But now I'm finding out it might be 2 plants every single week. And, you know, usually that's a good gauge. If they're using coal, I guess we're supposed to use coal. And, you know, we went to a coal standard. And not that you have to use coal. You're going to use whatever's best. I want to introduce also Senate Majority Whip John Barrasso, who's a tremendous guy, doctor. Okay. And he is a tremendous guy, tremendously talented doctor. When I have a medical situation for the country, for myself, I haven't used him, but I might have to. Maybe I'll do that. If it's serious enough, I think I'd probably do that. But he's a tremendously talented gentleman who happens to be a senator and one that's very respected. Chairwoman Shelley Moore Capito, and congratulations. I just endorsed your son. Did you know that? I endorsed your son. I endorsed your son, who's running in West Virginia, and he's great. In fact, he's all Trump all the time. I think much more so than you, actually. If you want. You were his largest impediment. No, I'm only kidding. He's all Trump all the time, and he's going to win big, and so congratulate him. Okay, he's really been fantastic. So many people have told me. Thank you. And House Majority Leader Steve Scalise, who's a brave man. He went through hell. Steve went through hell. And we have a lot of other people here that I won't be able to because they don't have your name down, and I'm looking, and I see people's names. I'll do a couple of you, but thanks as well to Mark Wayne Mullen, Senator. Mark Wayne, thank you. Stand up, Mark Wayne. Don't fight him. He's a serious fighter in a lot of ways, and he's a great guy, too. Thank you, Mark Wayne. Deb Fisher. Deb? Thank you, Deb. Good. Pete Ricketts, who's going to do very well in the upcoming election. Thank you. Thank you, Pete. John Husted, who's really moving along in Ohio. John, good luck. You're going to do well. All endorsed people. John Curtis, who's doing terrifically. John, thank you. Good job. They all say excellent. What can I tell you? Good job. and Bernie Moreno, who won a race that was not winnable. They all said it's not winnable. He won in Ohio. They said, you can't win that race. It's a waste of time. You're just wasting your time. Right, Bernie? Wasn't a waste of time, was it? Huh? And he won by like 5 points, too. Won by a lot. Along with representatives
CHYM, Chime
Kevin
indicating
Kiley,
4201
Vince Vaughn,
on 1.77
Jay
million shares, Charlie
Obernolte,
Hotel Yankee Michael.
Doug Lamaffa, Daryl Issa. Where's Daryl? I haven't seen you in such a long time. Look at you. How good you look, huh? Good when you have those big margins. It's easier. John Joyce, great guy. John, thank you. Thank you, John. Dusty Johnson, Morgan Griffith, Troy Balderson, Troy from a place called Ohio, and he played very cute at one time, but then he got, boy, I'll tell you, he's become a good politician. Where is Troy now? Where I haven't seen him used for years. I endorsed you early when he was early and younger, but you still look young, and you've done fantastically good. Good work, really good work. Claudia Tenney, New York. Claudia, thank you, Claudia. John James, I don't know. You know, he's running for governor, but I'm not sure I'm happy about that, John. Do we have somebody good to take your seat? Because otherwise we're not letting him run for governor. We can't. You have somebody good, right? Okay, as long as you like him, they'll win. Tracy Mann. Tracy, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Michael Baumgartner. Michael. Thank you, Michael. Good job. David Rouser. Thank you. Glenn Grothman. Hi, Glenn. Thank you very much, Glenn. Brett Guthrie. Brett. Thank you, Brett. Rudy Yackham. Thank you. Thank you, Rudy. And I want to thank you all. And there's some additional people in the room, but we have to get back to this. Is like so big. This is a big one. Under the previous administration, I could go point after point, everything they did, open borders, men playing in women's sports, transgender for everybody, let's go transgender. What a group of people you had over there. They must have hated our country. Under the previous administration, the federal government gave left-wing radicals in California dictatorial powers to control the future of the entire car industry all over the country, all over the world, actually. Because they have to build a car. They can't build 19 different cars called the same thing. And really, it was all over the world what was happening. They approved Governor Gavin Newsom's ridiculous plan to impose a 100% ban on all new gas-powered cars within a very short period of time. Think of this. You couldn't buy any other car except an electric-powered car. And in California, they have blackouts and brownouts. They don't have enough electricity right now to do the job. And countrywide,
CHYM, Chime now indicating
$4
$43.20 on 1.78 million shares.
Firing plans to build
Charlie
to
Hotel
be able
Yankee
to,
Michael.
They call them a lot of things. Charging plants, firing plants. $4 trillion you'd have to spend. In the Midwest, they built 9 of them. 9 individual, it's like a pump. It's just like a pump, except instead of gas, electricity comes out. They built 8 of them. $9 billion they spent for 8. 8 little hoses, $9 billion. Now, I'm sure they could have done it for about, 1/1000th of that, but even if they did, it's unaffordable. They approved Governor Gavin's
Trump administration expected to release a renewable fuel volume proposal on Friday.
Los Angeles
according
would be
to
burning
Reuters.
down right now. It'd be burning just like his damn houses burned down because he didn't have the water that he should have had. He had so much water. They have so much water. We had to send in the military to free up the water. And we did that right after the fires. We told them to do it in the first term. But just like that ridiculous plan, this is a plan to ban, think of it, a plan to ban 100, and they call it the 100% ban on all new gas-powered cars and abolish 75% of the gas-powered trucks. 75%. The trucking industry saw me. They said, "Sir, it doesn't work." Number one, the trucks are so heavy. They're 2.5 times heavier than a diesel-powered truck. So one of the big truckers owns 28,000 trucks, big company, tremendous company. He said, "I go out of business immediately. I'm not going to play games." I mean, he said, "Did you explain these things to the government officials?" Like the truck weighs 2.5 times more than a regular truck, a gasoline-powered diesel. And he said, based on that, we have to rebuild every bridge in the United States of America because it wasn't designed to hold cars and trucks that heavy because the batteries are very heavy. They're, probably lead, but they have a lot of things in those batteries that weigh a lot. But it's 2.5 times. It's a simple number, 2.5 times. And if you want to do this, you have to spend
I miss anything?
trillions and trillions of dollars on rebuilding every bridge in the United States, and I guess throughout the world, because they do follow us. And the big rig buses and even cement trucks, they want to abolish certain categories of truck.
The
They
hell?
want to go 75%.
Oh, you guys and your stupid redeem
All of these trucks
one
have to be
shit.
abolished.
All right.
Almost immediately.
Play that
The
game.
time is just crazy. And they don't go far. Another little problem. With a tank of diesel, you can go from New York to Los Angeles if you want to go.
We'll
to
play that game.
Los Angeles right now. New York to Los Angeles, and you can go back a little bit. With the electric truck, you'll stop approximately 6 times. Enjoy your stop. And the truckers saw me, and I said, "Did you just explain this? Because this is like, if you explain it, if a person's reasonable for that." He said, "We explained it. They didn't care. They said, we're going all electric."
Thank you for that.
They can't be stupid because anybody that can cheat on elections like them is not a stupid person. But they must hate our country. But I said to this big trucker, he said, "Sir, I've been buying trucks my whole damn life." He's a rough guy, smart.
Jeez!
He said, "I got
Shizza!
thousands of them. I've been buying them for 50 years. And every single year they got better. They got more efficient. They got bigger. They got stronger. I build apartments in my trucks now for the drivers." I said, "What's an apartment?" "That's on the cab. They put this in." "And sir, I know you like luxury, but you wouldn't mind living in one of these." I said, "Maybe I would, maybe I wouldn't." I mean, it doesn't sound too appealing, but I said, "So what's the problem?" He said, "So I noticed one thing. For 50 years, every single year, one thing happened. They got better. They got
What the hell is
stronger, They got more efficient. They got faster. They could carry any load. If we went to this standard, we'd go back beyond 50 years. They wouldn't go as far as a truck from 50 years ago. It would be too heavy and have all the other problems." He said, "We'd be going backwards. We'd be taking a trucking industry, would be starting all over. But actually, it would be worse because it was better 50 years ago than."
BNTG, another
So I said, "What are you
IPO
gonna
today,
do if
trading
I don't
now
win this election?"
at
This was before the
$5.24
election. He said, "You don't win the election, I'm going to close up my business because I'm not
off
gonna
the
lose
earlier
money."
highs.
He said, "I'm not going to lose
BNTG.
Where the
money.
hell is it?
I know exactly what's going to happen. It's going to be a catastrophe. It's the craziest thing I've ever heard. They're making you buy stuff that doesn't work. It's no good. It doesn't work." And I'm all for electric. If you want to buy electric, you can buy electric. Cars are great. If you buy the right ones, cars are great. And you should be given the option: buy the electric car, buy a gasoline-powered car, buy a hybrid. Probably not hydrogen, because hydrogen has a tendency that when it blows up, you're gonzo. It's over. They find you 75 yards down the road, Where is he? Well, I think that's him, but I'm not sure. So, they said, "We think we can solve the problem." I said, "That's not good enough." When they think, no, it sounds like it's quite severe. If it doesn't work, Steve, it'll work most of the time, but if it doesn't, it's over.
All right, let's see if that did
It'll make
anything.
your accident look like peanuts compared. You wouldn't be around, I'll tell you, because it's pretty. But some people like it. I don't know. Let's see what happens. But I would say it's off to a bad start. But because of the size of California's population and the fact that 17 other states follow California, that's the problem. 17
All right,
other
let's see if the
states
redeem
follow
shit works now.
California. They have the most ridiculous laws I've ever seen for a lot of things. This is just cars, but and trucks. And
Son of a bitch!
they have a lot of them for other things. But we have, it's called the California Car Standards. And this horrible scheme
All right, I gotta
effectively
ask.
abolished the
I gotta ask the
internal
pros.
combustion engine, which most people prefer. Like so far, I'd say about 90%. of
All right, I get it.
consumers
I get it.
announced yesterday
Oh,
they're going to spend
jeez.
about $6 billion on because of tariffs and maybe because of my election on November 5th. But because of tariffs, I think more than anything, they're all coming back. They're coming back from other countries that took them 25, 30 years ago. They're all coming back. We have now almost $15 trillion. They had almost nothing last year, and the year before they've very, very little. Nobody wanted to be back here. Nobody wanted to come to our country anymore because we were like stupid people. We looked like stupid people. We were laughed at all over the world. Now we're not laughed at anymore, I can tell you that. But they wanted to
No, it did not work.
shatter our domestic
Jeez.
supply chains and literally grind civilization to a halt. We would have gone so far back. It's hard to believe, actually. Hard to believe when you don't have enough electricity to give a person a little air conditioning in the summer, and now they want you to take electricity and fire up all these cars. But we're not going to let that happen. Meanwhile, all of the auto jobs would be shipped to China because they're very strong on electric, and it lives off an estimated 200,000 American auto workers would be destroyed. It's one of the reasons I did so well with the United Auto Workers. And now I'm really doing well with them. I did phenomenally with them. No Republican ever got any numbers like I got. And the Teamsters, too. Sean O'Brien, the head of the Teamsters. These guys, they like Trump because I produce jobs.
I don't know why all of a sudden it's
Everybody
freaking
knew that
doing this
the
shit.
auto workers knew better than anybody how good the tariffs were. And the head of the auto breakers, I don't know him at all, but he didn't like me at all. Now he's going around saying, this guy's unbelievable. He was very nice to me the last few months. During the campaign, no, but if I've proven it. I've done what I said I was going to do, and we've brought back tremendous numbers of jobs.
All right, let's try.
And you're having auto plants built all over the country, all over. There's never seen anything like that. They're leaving from Mexico. They're leaving from Canada. They're leaving from other parts
See
of
if
the
this did it.
world. If they want a Mercedes-Benz, you're going to have it made here. It's okay to have a Mercedes, but they're going to make it here. Otherwise, they're going to pay a very big tariff. They already are. That's one of the reasons we have $88 billion. It's a lot of money. But that's peanuts compared to what we're going to be making in another few months. They haven't even kicked in yet.
Did it work? Hey, suck your
We're
dick.
going to let any of these bad things happen, these stupid projections
Suck a
that I've
dick.
been reading about for the last 6 months. I think these people are either corrupt or really dumb. They're supposed to be economists.
Yeah, it'll work
The
in your chat.
campaign, I
That's not
promised
my
to end
problem.
this disaster.
That's a
Today,
Twitch
our
thing.
Republican majorities in Congress have delivered, and I don't know, I can't imagine. It's so obvious. It's so good. Did we get any Democrat votes? Did we get one?
Does that really show up in Twitch chat?
Who?
SJ, welcome back.
35.
Did you say hi to Graham
I think
Grams
that's
for
great.
us?
You know, I think that's good. You got 35 Democrats.
Why does it do
That's
that?
great. That, as far as I'm concerned, one in the
Wait, it shows your own or everybody's?
something that's so good. But who is the one?
Why does it show that?
Well,
Everyone? That's really annoying. Why does Twitch do that? Is there a way for you to turn that off?
I congratulate.
I didn't break
her.
no
No,
Twitch.
I think
It's my
I
channel.
think it's great. It's very
Takes a
interesting.
mode to hide it.
Why did I ask that question, Mr. Smith?
A mod? How do
In
I
a
hide
few
it?
moments, I'll sign
What does
3 pieces of
ChatGPT say?
legislation that will kill.
I'll freaking hide
Totally
it.
Killed. You can't do anything about it. They can't take us to court.
Twitch
they
is going
can't
to
do
put it
any
on
of
the
the
front
things
page.
they can do with the executive orders. And it's
You need to
permanent.
turn it off.
Sign 3 pieces of legislation that will kill.
Gotta love freaking Twitch,
California
man. Just
mandates
changing
forever.
shit.
and they're never coming back. Now the auto companies.
All right, let me go look at this shit.
Now they're going to be
They just change stuff and they don't tell you it's
Be
coming.
much
We
cheaper,
never had this issue before.
much less expensive. They were showing me.
All right,
one of
creator
the most respected
dashboard.
People were showing me that to save a
Where is this going to even
half
be?
glass of fuel cost them thousands of dollars. with
Shut
new
up, Guac.
computers and stop it, the
It's
engine
next to
was
the highlight message option.
and blah, blah, blah. And I said, does it work as well? No, it's
For you
terrible.
all, maybe.
It's terrible. And that's to save a little
Your
bit of fuel, this
rewards,
much fuel.
channel points,
Chris Wright
AEVA,
produced
Ava
with
Technologies,
Custom
hitting new highs
display
now,
ch-
up about
manage
3%
power-ups
on
and
single
channel
measure
points.
alpha.
One little, a small one, a very small one. But think of it. Your cars are going to cost you $3,000, $4,000 less, and you're going to have what you want. And again, you can get any car you want. You can get electric. A lot of people
What
like
is
the
this
electric.
bullshit?
Like Tesla. So do I,
Custom
and
reward. See, I never made
I
this.
like Tesla. And I like others too. But I also
This
like
is
the
Twitch. They just throw this in there.
There are
I'm
reasons
deleting
for
it now.
A lot of things. When I was in
Wait, there are
Iowa, we had
quests
an
pending for this reward?
victory, if you
Please
remember.
mark them as
Remember?
complete.
That was nice. You won by like
What?
so much. Nobody even talked about anything.
We have a
else.
quest for this
It was a great
bullshit?
victory, but it was unbelievably cold that night, and I was going to
Complete
reach
all.
my victory in the
Sure.
area where I was going to make a speech.
Trump
and
says, I like
the
Tesla.
whole
Tesla
place
shares getting
was
a pop here.
littered with cars. I said, "What happened?" They were electric cars, and they don't work in cold. I said, "I didn't know that." And they don't work in extreme heat either. Other than
All
that,
right,
they
I
work.
deleted it.
But-
What the hell was
no,
that?
but if you're in a cold climate, how do you do that? But they're electric cars.
That's
and I
TSA.
Create a
Slay.
custom reward.
I didn't pay much attention because we won by about 65 points. So I was more interested in that. But I do remember that.
Ooh,
scene.
okay,
So-
okay,
That was
okay.
over here. This historic
Drag and
action
drop your
also
image
helped
here.
us
We can
reduce
do a
the fuel
custom
footprint
reward
on
for an icon.
automobiles and electricity. Very, very substantial.
What is that?
You know, we're building
Notification?
massive electricity
Active?
Right now. It's already started because of that guy right there,
Oh,
Lee Zeldin. By far the most important man in the room, Mr. Speaker.
shown as a visitor
Stand up,
reward.
Lee.
What does it do, though?
He blows you guys away, John. He
Doesn't do
blows the
anything.
politicians
Okay.
away.
Bullshit.
I'm sorry, right
Done.
then. He's a great
Whatever.
politician. Though. He almost won for governor in New York, which is just missed by a few points.
Stupid
And, that was
Twitch.
another
All right,
race that was
problems
incredible,
fixed.
But you almost got it. But I think what you're doing now is even
ARAI,
better.
5 minute.
I think it's actually more important if you can believe that.
I'm bricked up. That doesn't work.
Under the previous regime,
Stop
car
it.
prices skyrocketed as a direct result of the mandates. These mandates, this nonsense that you had to do, and they had so many other rules and regulations that the car companies who are here today appreciate that. And Susie Wiles is here today. Stand up, Susie. Most incredible woman, most powerful woman in the world, they say. She's the most powerful. She was rated the most powerful woman in the world. Susie Wiles. One phone call,
Genie.
and a nation is
What?
destroyed.
What are they doing now?
She could destroy 5 nations with 5 calls, and she's doing a great job. More importantly, right? Doing a great job. There's nobody like.
Trump says I like Tesla.
Energy prices would likewise soar as a radical
Twitter
left
centric
forced
currency.
more
AGUSA,
That's old news, homie.
the grid while
American Energy
blocking
getting a pop
approvals
here.
for new power
$7.58,
They
up
wanna block the
38%.
approvals. They
Big
want you
Toto
to
uniform Sandy
have a
Alpha.
car with electric, but they block
HUSA's going.
production of the
But
juice that
INDO,
goes
is
to
that gonna go?
cars and all of them, all forms of cars. It's just the craziest thing. We're in a different sphere now. We're in a whole different planet right now. The result would be rolling blackouts and a collapse of our power systems. We'd have a total collapse. You couldn't do it. You couldn't even do it. Think of it, they're forcing you to do something, and they want you to do boats also. I assume boats are being covered by this, and boats, they want you to go all electric, and the batteries are so heavy, the damn boat practically doesn't float. I used to have a lot of fun talking about that one on the tours. We'd talk about it. And I said, what would happen if the boat sank? Because we went to North Carolina, South Carolina.
50 on chime.
Boat factories, unbelievable guys. And they said, sir, we have one problem. They're forcing us to go.
URGN, Eurogen shares were halted for news. Uniform Romeo Golf November.
Will not float, sir. It's so heavy.
200K.
And it won't go
Now you
fast
give me
and lots of
100K
other-
and prove you
And I
can do
did
it
ask him
all
a
over
question.
again.
because I have a lot of background. My
INDO starting to go vertical with Husa.
The smartest guy. He never had a smarter guy. And I guess I have a little of that. My first question was, what would happen if the boat sank? Do you get electrocuted? Remember I said that? And I used to be decimated by these people back here, right? I used to be decimated. They'd say, what kind of a crazy question is that? So I'm actually serious. What happens if you're in an electric boat and the boat is going down? You're in
HUSA,
trouble,
Houston
says he.
American shares hitting
And I used to say, remember,
$8.24
I'd get
at the high
decimated.
now.
The audience loved it, but
Right
the press
now,
would
up about
laugh at
43%.
it. I said,
HUSA.
so if I have my choice of going down, we're jumping 5 or 6 yards away from the boat, but there's a shark there. What do I do?
CHYM
You know what I said?
chime now
I'd rather be
$50 on
I'll take
1.77
electrocution
3 million
every
shares.
single
That's
day.
Charlie Hotel.
But actually,
Yankee
he said,
Michael.
nobody's ever asked me that question, sir. He makes boats. Nobody ever asked me that question. That's really an unusual question. He said, and honestly, I don't have the answer. He wasn't able to. I said, don't worry about it. If I win, you won't have to worry about it. But today we're saving California, and we're saving our entire country from a disaster. Your cars are going to be thousands of dollars less money. And even the ones that, if you buy electric, we're not going to make you do certain things that are just a waste of money and just time-consuming waste of money. They make you do things that
Trump
are
says,
no
I
good
assume
for
this bill
anybody.
also
Make the car
covers
worse
electric
and make
boat
it much more expensive.
watching shares
Over the past
of
5 months, our administration,
Twin V
Republicans in
Powercats.
Congress have fought for the American auto worker and for Teamsters and for, by the way, right to work. We have them all. We have, we just call them just workers. We fought for workers like no one has ever fought before. I understand that. It's why we won. We won with workers. We won with young people. I just saw with TikTok, I was #1 on TikTok in its history. Can you believe that? So I guess I like TikTok. That's why they're saying, are you saving? And we probably will save TikTok, actually. But on my first day in office, I ended the Green New Scam and abolished the EV mandate at the federal level. We abolished it, which is basically that everybody will be driving an electric car within a very short period of time. Now I know why Elon doesn't like me so much, which he does, actually. He does. And he never had a problem. It's
shares
very
of Twin V
interesting.
getting a
This is
There we
small
go.
amount
not
of
something
volume
new.
after that
This has been
mention.
there from
Victor
day
Echo,
one,
Echo,
Speaker, right? We're
Echo.
going to abolish the EV mandate. And Elon still endorsed me because, honestly, he never, ever spoke to me about that. And I used to say, I'm amazed that he's endorsing me because that can't be good for him. I'm abolishing the EV mandate. And I once asked him about it. You never talked to me about that. He said, well, as long as it's
Why is this
open to
juicing right
everybody,
now?
I'll be able to compete. It was a very interesting answer. I thought it was a very honest answer, to be honest with you. And I talked about it, that incredible. You would have thought he would have been, from day one, you got to make sure you don't do the EV mandate, the abolishing, and never did. Very honest in that sense. And he did say to me, I actually asked him because it was
Trump with further comments on Tesla.
I'm with him. He's a very, friend of mine. And
Says asked Musk about abolishing the EV mandate. Musk told me he's fine with it as long as it impacts everyone.
Shares of Tesla continuing higher now, 330.39 after
make them, but it'll be
President
by
Trump
the
says he
market,
likes
judged by the
Tesla.
market. And that's what he said. He said, as long as I'm on the same plane as everybody else, we're going to do good. We make a better product. I said, that's very cool. It's very
Which is
that's
not,
very
because you
interesting.
still subsidize
After that,
oil
he
and
got a little
gas.
strange, but I don't know why, over much smaller things than that. As part of the One Big Beautiful Bill, will also further slash the funding for the Green New Scam. As you know, it's the greatest scam in history, saving
Booster
American
going again.
taxpayers hundreds of billions of dollars. The windmills are killing the
SNDX
country, by the way.
index
The fields are
announcing
littered with
publication
junk.
of
They're littered
Reviewmib
with them.
data from
And they get
Beat
older and they
AML
get
Trial and
rusty and they
Clinical
get bad
Journal of
and they
Clinical
get-
Oncology.
This is other countries
And an
also.
EHA
Greatest scam in
presentation
history. It's most
that is
expensive
sending
and
This
everyone
thing is
to X-ray.
juicing right now.
They're ugly. A friend of mine comes from Minnesota. He's
There you
big
go.
work. He hit it big. He's a very
There you go.
successful
Says
guy,
Revenimib
actually.
was generally well tolerated in
And he wanted to go
combination
back,
with
see his mother who's
venetoclax,
not well, and he went
azactidine
back to
in older
Minnesota.
newly
Hasn't been back
diagnosed
there in 20 years.
Who's this halt-
MN1
And he said,
HUSA
"What
halted
happened?"
up?
What
AML
happened? He said,
patients.
"I
Oh,
was
hell yeah.
driving
That's
down
SNDX.
a highway and up a certain road, and the most beautiful fields. I remember them so well. And I was so looking forward to seeing them again. And I looked at them, and they had windmills all over them. These horrible, horrible structures. A very smart guy, this guy. He said these ugly, horrible things. And he said it was so bad I actually drove back to see it because I couldn't believe it. Before I even got to my mother, I drove back. I said, "How much do you like your mother?" But no, it hurt him to see it. He said, "I looked at this field. It was one of the most beautiful places in my own mind and imagination that I've ever seen." And I said, "It's littered with this garbage." It looked like a junkyard, he said. And so, you know, so then you get different manufacturers, and they don't look alike, and they're not painted alike. Different colors. You have, even if they're white, one's a
MARPS
beige
white?
one's a darker white, one's a lighter white.
Wow.
And then they start to rust after 4 or 5 years.
Really light volume
And then they
movement.
start to wear out, and nobody takes them because you're not allowed to bury the propellers, the props, right? You can't bury the props for some reason. I don't know why, but they say that you can't bury a certain type of fiber, and if it goes in the ground, we're all going to die. It's what bullshit this is, okay? They can't bury. So what they do is they leave them up. If you go to Palm Springs, California, take a look. You go into this beautiful community. Before you go, it's like you're riding through a junkyard. Windmills all over the place. Tall ones, short ones, dead ones. They're all dead. Some are hanging over by a thread. They never take them down. They just leave them there.
There's the
They start to
volume.
rust. It's one of the greatest scams, and it's also the most expensive energy. And the environmentalists say, "Oh, we love wind. It sounds so good," but it's a horrible thing. Environmentally, it's a horrible thing. I say that to you. It's wind, and we are going to have virtually no one mandate we have. We're going to natural gas, nuclear. Nuclear, we just had
Just holding up.
a big signing with nuclear, making it easier, safer, and better. It's
Oh,
really,
yeah.
I
Fold
would say probably more than any other form of energy that's come about. It's been amazing what's been done. It's very safe, very good, and very inexpensive. But we're not going to let windmills get built because we're not going to destroy our country any further than it's already been destroyed. You go and look at these beautiful plains and valleys, and they're loaded
Can't
up
get a
with
good
this
exit.
garbage that gets worse and worse looking with time. It starts when the rust comes.
Made
4
$40
5
on the
years,
trade.
It starts to rust.
30. Apologize.
And it's very expensive to paint them. So they don't paint them, and they're horrible. What's happened is horrible. So we're not going to approve windmills unless something happens that's an emergency. I guess it could happen, but we're not doing any of them. I hope the Senate will soon pass a bill the House can quickly approve and get to my desk by the 4th of July. We'll have this done. And to further defend our auto workers, I imposed a 25% tariff on all foreign automobiles. Investment in American auto manufacturing is surging because of it. They have Mercedes all over. They pay 25% if they don't make the car in the United States. And because of that, and this could have been done long before Trump, this could have been done by any one of the presidents. I did it with China. The reason you don't have Chinese cars here is because I imposed it my last term. I actually asked the question. I said, "Do we have any Chinese cars here?" "No." "Why?" "Because you imposed a 25 or 27.5% tariff on Chinese cars. So they're not coming here, but they are going to Europe all over the place." But I love China. We just made a deal, and I respect President Xi a lot. And we made a deal that's good for both countries. The deal we made with China.
30 seconds.
A lot of money made, and it's going to ultimately open up China, which is the ultimate thing. And I'm going to be working with President Xi. We had a long talk about it. And
That
that's
would be
gonna
an
good for
interesting
China. It's
play
gonna be
there,
good
but
for us.
I highly
Opening
doubt
up
the
China, that's bigger than the
speech is going to
what we
be
signed. And I think had we not signed it, that wouldn't
opened
be
up
happening.
in
It's gonna
China.
happen. It's going to happen.
or the
fairly
search for that
soon.
matter. Man, that
But
would be
to
big though.
further defend our auto workers, I
For Google.
imposed this 25% tariff
There we go.
on all
Maybe.
foreign automobiles, and investment in American manufacturing and auto manufacturing. All manufacturing is surging. And I might go up with that tariff in the not too distant future. The higher you go, the more likely it is they build a plant here. Ford has just announced that it's going to invest $500 million in some of the things involved in what we just did. General Motors is going to spend $4 billion. They just announced that yesterday. Stellantis announced that it's going to reopen its Belvidere assembly plant. That's good. I know the
Ooh,
plan very well.
INDO, what is that?
Problems.
What did HUSA do?
They're going to spend
Hold
$5
on.
billion. And Hyundai announced that it will invest $21 billion in
DFDN or
America.
DFDV, high
We've
day.
invested 10 cents if we didn't have tariffs, including for manufacturing American steel, which is doing great. American steel is doing great now because of what we did. You wouldn't have, if I didn't put tariffs on steel, they were dumping steel. China and a lot of other countries were dumping steel in our country. Garbage steel, dirty steel, bad steel, not structurally sound steel, real garbage, but it was still there, lots of it. And if I didn't put tariffs, I put 25 and 50% tariffs on steel, right? John James, we put tariffs on steel, and we were doing great with steel. Now we're really doing great. A big investment is being made in
Nude market update for you here on this Thursday.
Spend $17 billion on U.S. steel.
Start with SP 500 up 11 points, 0.2%.
All the steel workers wanted it.
6,034.21. Dow
And we
Jones
have a
Industrial Average
golden
down 28
stock.
points,
We have a golden
42,837.74.
which I control.
Nasdaq composite
The
up 28
president
points,
controls. Now, I'm a little
0.14%
concerned whoever the
to
president might be, but
19,644.03.
that gives you total
Russell
control.
2000 index is
51%
down 13
ownership
points,
by Americans.
0.61% to
And we have a company with great
2,135.
Japan. They're coming
Gold,
in
we
from
get a climb
Japan. They're going to spend
over
$17
$3,400
billion
an ounce, up
and somebody said, well, what
$63.50
about-
an ounce,
what happens if it doesn't work out? I said,
1.9% to
they spent $17 billion.
$3,407
We
and
can't put it
20
on a
cents an ounce.
trailer
Crude oil
and drive
up
into
23
Japan.
cents a
It's
barrel,
still,
0.34%,
some businesses you can
to
move. You move your office, and that's where the
$68.38
business
a
is.
barrel.
With this
And
business,
Bitcoin on this
they're
Thursday
spending 17,
down
think of that,
1.2%
$17 billion, they're going to have
to
them all over the country. I want to introduce
$107,362
several of the great
and 10
Americans
cents
representing
a
the millions of
Bitcoin.
people whose
There's
livelihoods
your nude
were
market update
saving
here on a Thursday.
today's action.
We're
I just
3
can't tell you
hours,
how
50 minutes until
incredible this
the
action is,
close.
because nobody thought this was one that I wasn't so. I would have rather had it than almost anything, but I was told by everybody, except that guy right there, that you couldn't get it. Bill Kent runs a chain of family-owned convenience stores that opened in West Texas in 1957, known as Kent Quick. And Bill, if you could come up and say a few words about what the signing means to you, please.
INUV, that's a Novo. Shares up 18.4% to $3.60 a share.
You're probably
They're trading
wondering
higher for the company
why I've
reaffirmed
called
its
you all
Q2
here
revenue
today,
growth
right?
guidance. The company also completed its
What a
1
great
for
day.
10
From my
reverse
perspective,
stock
I'm in the
split.
convenience store and petroleum marketing business.
J-Rock, let's go 3
And
months. You got that
India
gold
does
badge now, bud.
Uniform
gives us
Victor,
freedom.
Did it
INUV.
Benzinga hire a
Also
late
see
night announcer for
movement in the
truckers?
downward
Where they
angle
want. But more importantly
with
for us,
Jay-Z, that is
it gives us the
Gianzi
ability to
Education
plan.
Technology.
Okay, muted.
Because
Chuck
there's
Jones.
down
I can't take it.
2%
I can't take
We
it.
have to look at putting in infrastructure that frankly is extremely expensive and doesn't give you any return. So this allows us, it's going to free me up.
Volatility, I didn't see you, my man.
Invest
30
in
months. Let's
people
go, buddy.
want in the cars they want. And
Different
it's a
channel?
great
Yeah,
thing.
no, right.
So,
Like the
Mr. President,
one that no
Congress,
one
thank
listens
you,
to
Steve.
channel.
Everybody, thank you so much. Thank
He's
you.
obviously a sit-in for when OG Chuck ain't there, but damn, he's annoying.
And a friend of mine for a long time is John Hess. He's one of the top CEOs in the country, and he's now the CEO of Hess Corporation, one of the biggest oil producers, and he's a fantastic person with great knowledge of the subject matter.
Chuck Hogan.
Say a few words, John? I see you in the audience. Come on, thanks.
Hi, I'm John Hess, and CEO of Hess Corporation, a proud producer of oil and gas in North Dakota and the Gulf of America. And so you all know, I was born in New Jersey, grew up in New York, and my father started our company by driving a secondhand oil truck. So, Mr. President, it's an honor to be before you today, and thank you for that. Mr. President, during your campaign, you made a commitment to the American people to repeal unworkable and costly mandates for cars and trucks and let the consumer choose what type of vehicle they drive. Today, with the bipartisan support of Congress, you're making good on that promise. I'd like to recognize Speaker Johnson, Leader Thune, other members of Congress whose tireless efforts were critical to the outcome we're celebrating today. And a special thank you to Senator Capito for her leadership. This announcement today is about consumer choice and affordability for American families. It's also about making our country auto industry more competitive, Mr. President, and you said that very eloquently. As you know, Mr. President, one-size-fits-all policies like those adopted in California do not work. America, in every state, every American should be able to choose what they want to drive, not the government. We as a country would be basically leaning into our competitive advantage with this repeal on oil and gas. Oil and gas are a strategic industry for our country, underpinning energy dominance, economic prosperity, and national security. We are truly energy independent. So, Mr. President, on behalf of Hess Corporation, on behalf of the oil and gas industry, and every family across our country, thank you for your courageous leadership and your commitment to consumer choice and energy affordability. Thank you very much.
Very respected guy. The California EV mandates would also have devastated our nation's incredible truck drivers and the trucking industry, and I gave you a little bit of a rundown on that. But a diesel-powered semi-truck can drive from Reno, Nevada. I'll give you some other locations. Nevada to Los Angeles, California, and back on a single tank of diesel oil, diesel fuel, but the same exact journey would require an electric truck driver to stop also 6 times at recharging stations, adding an estimated 9 hours to the trip. I don't know too much about the trucking industry, but this is not sounding good. Here to discuss a little bit about the trucking industry, Gina Jones. And Gina, a real expert on trucks, I can tell you that. She's going to come up and tell us about trucks. Thank you, Gina. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, members and Congress. The trucking industry has America's back. And we are grateful that a president and the administration that have our back too. Today, trucks are 99% cleaner than a generation ago. We need great partners in government to continue that process. We cannot allow one state's regulations to disrupt our entire nation's supply chain. Allowing California to do so would have negativity.
She's nervous.
The hundreds and thousands of truck drivers who deliver critical goods across the country each and every day. In order to deliver for American families and businesses, we need realistic national standards.
Jeez.
With the signing of this resolution, Mr. President,
John's
you
wife.
have delivered the leadership that trucking industries need. Promises made, promises kept. On behalf of the
What's the over-under on her fainting?
On behalf of the 8.5 million Americans who work throughout the trucking industry, I thank you.
Great job. So just to wrap it up, I say under the Trump administration, we will restore the full strength, might, and glory of the American auto and trucking industry. We'll protect our truck drivers, auto workers, small business people, and manufacturers all over our country, and actually all over the world, and that's okay too. They'll be doing a product that works, a product that's much more efficient, that's better. It's much better, less expensive. And we'll put affordable energy and affordable car ownership back on the center of the American dream as we make
EDM
America
down
great
tick.
again. And that's what's happening.
Some
We're
of that.
making America great. You know, when I went over
Archer
to Saudi
Daniel
Arabia,
Midland.
Qatar, UAE, just a couple of weeks ago, the leaders of those countries.
One
and they're very
person
smart
survived the
people,
air
they said,
crash?
"You
Are you
know,
kidding me?
You've
Oh.
made in a short period of time America the
Holy
hottest nation in the world.
jeez.
The hottest that you're the only one we talk about.
He's walking away?
And 6 months ago, it was a laughing stock. They said that to me.
Wait,
those
what?
Words. It was a laughing stock, and it was an absolute laughing stock. We've got the hottest nation right now in the whole world, and the numbers are reflecting it too. So I just think it's great. And
Just
what I'll
like
do is
walking
I'll
away like
sit
nothing
and
happened.
Take a couple of questions if you want, and we will be finished. And you're going to go off, and you're going to.
What a freaking tank.
The most beautiful automobiles for 20% less money. And I want to thank you, man. You have done some job. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, everybody. You guys want to come up here? Surround it? Okay, we're going to sign 3 bills.
I haven't seen the explosion or anything. That's just coming from Twitter. I don't know. Had to be on the ground, right? There's no way. They posted his ticket stub and his brother was on the plane apparently too. Jeez. Dude needs to go buy a freaking lotto ticket.
That pen was so good. Give it back to me. That was a good one. No, I'll sign all 3 of them because you never know what you get with the new one. Number 2.
You know, there's a whole study of people's handwriting. What is it called? Cryptography or something like that?
Very steady hand. It's very important.
It always fascinates me, but just from his signature, and you tell it from how people write in cursive, he's very,
Only a steady hand can sign like that, right?
like, there's no curves or anything to his signing.
Number 3, and it all
I know this because a teacher told it to me when I was a kid. When I signed my name, she's like, "Oh, you don't like rules." Like, what do you mean?
you can say choice. We have choice.
Because I had a lot of sharp angles on my signature.
Common sense is right.
And you look at freaking Trump's, it screams, "Homie don't like no rules."
Okay, now I can give you the pen. And I'll give you these. Shelley?
And then I went deep diving into it. And then, like, if you look at people with big bubbly letters in their signature or whatever, means they have a high sex drive. Now you know.
Okay, everybody.
Those are the 2 important things. Like in the letter J or the letter B, if the bubbles of those parts of the letter are small or big, sex drive.
Go ahead, please.
Oh yeah, questions now. Let's go.
All right. Brian, yeah, please. Good.
Jeez.
It's true. Yeah, they're going to do better than ever before. They're going to sell cars in America at levels that they've never even thought of before. And they're going to make more money than they ever made before. It's going to be great. They're going to be selling a better car, too.
AREI,
It's gonna
chrome
be a
back
better
up.
product. I know. I know that. They have been behind me, right? They knew it was right. They've been asking for this for 25, 30 years, in all fairness. No, they're very happy. I told you the Auto Workers Union, we got tremendous votes. But
See your handwriting?
they like me today even better than they did on Election Day on November 5th because they see the results now. They're all happening. And yeah, and they have plants moving in, Brian. A lot of plants are moving in. Thank you very much for that question. Yeah.
Can you turn the volume? It's the White House's
Oh, he was killing
volume's
the other
always
one. I
low.
don't think he knew it.
I'm juiced all the way up.
I think he's a guy who he's just got a faulty thought process. You look at that train.
See if I can
the
do it in
train
Go
is
XLR.
The most I've seen people, stupid people with cost overruns for years. I've watched.
Yeah, you're
where something
all
would
the way
cost
out.
twice as much or 3 times, but this thing is costing 20 times more. It's the most incredible disaster I've ever seen. That's one. The cars are just as bad. Everything's bad. And now you have this situation. So his own sheriff, who's a good man, by the way, said 2 days ago or 3 days ago that we could not have done this without the military. They were going to take over this whole, they couldn't have done it. Now today they got him to change his tune. He said, oh, I think we could have handled it. It's so sad. He was so honest. I was using his quote all over the place, and they got him to change. But he knows. Los Angeles would be right now burning to the ground, just like the houses burned to the ground. It's so sad what's going on in Los Angeles. Think of it. They had a fire that should have never had because they should have listened to me in the water. Eventually, we broke in and we had the water come down from the Pacific Northwest. I could show you pictures now with the half pipes, the big half pipes coming all the way down California. Water, so much water. They don't have any droughts. They don't have any. They have so much water. They sent it all out to the Pacific Ocean for 20 years. So ridiculous. And we got them to take it now. But what they do and what they're doing, this is a big problem. And what they really want to do is keep criminals because they're trying to protect criminals.
Mandates or whatever.
Sanctuary cities are a disaster.
Describe my perfect woman.
And most
Jeez.
of the voters don't want them. Politicians like them for
I mean,
whatever
it's an obvious
reason.
unicorn.
I think the politicians
If you
are
know,
wrong.
you
That's
know.
why we won in such a convincing fashion. We won all 7 swing states. We won by millions of votes. We won 2,750 districts as opposed to 505. That's why when you look at the map, it's almost all red. It's got 2 little blue stripes on each side of it. It's almost all red. But now you have to. I always got along with Gavin.
APLD Daily.
I liked him always. He said I never called him. You know, they asked him a question on Fox, I guess. I never spoke to him. He doesn't remember the call. He doesn't remember. I never spoke. And then I produced a phone call.
I'm waiting on this
It took
one.
me about 2 minutes. I said, well, here's the call. It lasted 16 minutes and 4 seconds. And it was at 12:30 in the evening. I actually made a call, didn't pick up. I called him a second time, and he picked up. And I told him, I said, you have to get your ass in gear because you're going to have a problem there. And he would have. If we didn't bring the military in, you would have right now something. And I went through it because I follow the rules 100%. And I watched in Minnesota where you have the man who ran for vice president of the United States. Fortunately, he was a disaster. But he wouldn't call in the National Guard. And I eventually called in the National Guard, but it was seven days late. I said,
Chime
"I'll never
indicating
do that again.
$50.
If I see problems brewing, if they're not going to do the problem, I'm not going to wait 2 weeks. Because that city, Minneapolis, burned down.
Selma Hayek.
Do you remember the CNN anchor?
Got some good picks there.
He was standing there saying, yes, this is a peaceful rally. And behind him, the entire city was
We have a
on
golden
fire.
share in U.S.
Looked
Steel,
like
meaning
World War II.
51% ownership by Americans.
And I appreciate the question. Please.
Are we behind?
Thank you.
Plane crash in India? Question?
The plane crash was terrible. I've already told them anything we can do. It's a big country, a strong country. They'll handle it, I'm sure. But I let them know that anything we can do, we'll be over there immediately. But it was a horrific crash. It looks like most are gone. They actually maybe have a couple survivors, which is just heard. But that was a horrible crash. Nobody knows. Nobody has any idea what it might be. I gave him a couple of pointers. I said, maybe you'll look at this or that. You know, we saw the plane. It looked like it was flying pretty well. It didn't look like there was an explosion. just
Much
looked
Boeing.
like the engines maybe lost power. But
Ooh,
boy, that
engines.
is a terrible crash.
That's
It's one of the
Rolls
worst in
Roll,
aviation
Rolls
history.
Royce,
Yeah,
right?
Second. Well, I'd love to avoid the
GE?
conflict.
That was Rolls Royce.
Iran's
On
gonna
the
have to negotiate
787?
a little bit tougher, meaning they're going to have to give us some things that they're not willing to give us right now. I'm the last person. I've kept us out of wars. We defeated ISIS completely, 100%, and I haven't had it's peace through strength. I believe in peace through strength. We're the greatest military in the world. I rebuilt the military, as you remember, for 4 years. I rebuilt the military. And then we gave a chunk of it away, but it was still peanuts. It was a lot, but it was peanuts compared to what we rebuilt. Gave it to Afghanistan, one of the most embarrassing moments in the history of
Iran will have to give us
the
things
whole
they're not willing to.
withdrawal. The way they withdrew.
Are we behind?
Was very embarrassing, but we rebuilt the military. We have the greatest, strongest military. We defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS.
Right there.
We defeated ISIS in 4 weeks. It was told to be 5 years. It was going to take 5 years, anywhere from 4 to 5 years. We did it in 4 weeks, with, by the way, headed by the general who's now the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. That's why he's there. He said it would take 4 weeks, and he did it in 4 weeks. He did actually a little bit faster. So
30 year in 30 minutes.
we
Oh,
have
boy.
a great country, and we're going to keep it that way. And when it comes to Los Angeles or other cities, if we see other cities are gearing up, and these people are agitators, they're paid, they're professionals, they're insurrectionists, they're troublemakers, they're all of those things. But I believe they're paid, and we're going to find out through Pam Bondi and her great staff, her great people at Justice, who they are. And Mike, I think you're doing some investigations in that in Congress. But we're
Listen,
gonna find
my
out
window for chat is
who
this
they
big.
are,
If I miss it,
they're
when
really
you post it, sorry.
think what they're doing is unbelievably illegal. Just one thing. So
I don't have a chat window that's this big, like you all have.
Now, why do you have bricks? You have bricks because you throw bricks. They're very potent. If they hit you, they kill you. And they took them away. The military took them away. They saw him. What the hell is this? The guy could hardly carry me. Many bricks. He's a strong guy. Couldn't carry him. And they saw that, and they took him away. Then they found others with bricks. But they're ingenious. They also brought hammers.
I bet you do.
Hammers. And I saw them pounding the curb.
If FJ doesn't read this, it
pounding
means
the
he is
sidewalk.
gay.
And it was like a military operation. This guy's
K and
pounding
W.
strong, boom,
Very
big
interesting.
shots. And it was breaking up granite, the granite curbs. And the granite was breaking up, and the concrete was breaking up. And there was lines of people standing there, and they're handing him. And then he stopped handing them. They just went down and picked him up. It was so professional. I said, that's a professional organization. This is not like people at random. This guy's breaking up because they couldn't use the bricks. So who would think of this even? Did a lot of damage. A lot of curbs are broken. A lot of sidewalks broken. But I never saw that before. That's one I haven't seen. I thought I saw it all. And they have it on tape. And with that, people get killed. You know, they go to bridges and they drop
4,000
stop
shares
off
and
the
this
top of
didn't
the
move?
bridge with a car
Uh-huh.
coming along at 70 miles an hour.
Uh-huh.
The person dies. We had a lot of car problems. You saw that. They were all over the road. They were littered all over the road where the cars got stopped by concrete going through the front windshield. Now, these are bad people. If we didn't go, Los Angeles right now would be on fire. It would be a disaster. And we stopped.
473 is a
last time was
level.
very good. Nobody showed up. You know why they didn't show up?
For a pop,
Because we were
anyway.
there. If it was just the police, because the police are great. I know those police, they're great, but they're told not to do anything. They're not allowed to act. Thank you. Well, I don't want to say imminent, but it looks like it's something that could very well happen. Look, it's very simple, not complicated. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Other than that, I want them to be successful. I want them to be tremendous. We'll help them be successful. We'll trade with them. We'll do whatever is necessary. You know, I stopped a war between India and Pakistan. And I stopped it with trade. Nobody, I don't think I've ever seen a story written about it, but it was pretty cool. They were getting ready. Pakistan was their turn to hit, and eventually they're going to go nuclear. And I stopped it. I called each. I respect each leader greatly. I know them. And I spoke to them, and I talked about trade. I said, but you're not trading with us if you're going to go to war, if you're going to start throwing nuclear weapons around. And I said it to both of them, and they were both unbelievable, actually. They understood it exactly. They stopped. I stopped that war with phone calls and trade. And India's here right now negotiating a trade deal, and Pakistan's coming, I think, next week. And I'm very proud of that. Nobody died. Nobody, the nuclear weapons, they each have very severe, very, very substantial numbers of nuclear weapons. And I think we should get some credit for that. You know, the whole Republican Party should, because that's their mindset. Please.
FFFZ's tomorrow? Oh, gosh. Fuxing China. Whoa, JOBY.
Well, I've always been
Big
in
pop
favor
here.
of
What's up?
students coming in from other countries. That includes China.
Something with
And,
JOBY.
we have 500,000 Chinese students coming in. I've always been in favor of it. Does it mean that you have to?
Ticker
watch
Joby,
people?
Josh
Yeah,
Brown with
you have to
positive
watch
comments
students.
on
Damn it.
Joby.
Watch
Sure,
other
seen a
people
spike in
also.
activity.
I've always
Brown.
been strongly in
Not what I
favor.
wanted.
I think it's a great thing. It's also,
Of course, I
it's
top
good for our
ticked this
schools.
shit.
It's good for, I think it's good for our country. I'm also in favor of having them stay. I've been in favor of letting them stay.
getting
If you
out.
get educated
Small
for
loss.
4 years, you're willing
Thought
to
there
get
was going to be a
educated for
contract or
4
something.
years.
It's
I
freaking
like
Josh Brown.
people being able to stay. You know, they have some great students. You have some, these are Republicans clapping. You know, because a lot of Republicans don't like that idea. I happen to like it. I'm a real Republican, believe it or not. But I like the idea. They go 4 years. To me, that's almost like, you know, just buying your way in a very legitimate way. And, you know, you have stories where Apple wants to
Ticker
hire
Archer Aviation, Josh Brown
somebody and
also
they
with
can't hire
positive
because he can't
comments.
stay.
Alpha Charlie
Went
Hotel
to
Romeo.
a great school. He finished first in his class. They made him a big offer, and everything's done. But he has no idea whether or not he's going to be able to stay. And I'm all for making sure that people like that can go to work for all of our great companies. And you know what they do? They go back to their country, and there are stories that are all over the place. They go back to their company, and they start a company just like they were going to start here. They end up starting it in China or India or someplace else, and now they're among the richest people in the world. They've got thousands and thousands of employees that make it great. This is happening all the time because they're not allowed to stay. And I think we'll probably end up doing something about that, right? I think.
Mullen.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. You in the blue.
Unbelievable.
Please. Light blue. I'm very close to the situation. I'm very disappointed in Russia, but I'm disappointed in Ukraine also because I think deals could have been made. And, you know, we're losing 5,000-6,000 people a week, soldiers mostly, but also people living in towns because they're getting hit by missiles again. How'd you like to live in a building and you think a missile has a good chance of hitting your building during the evening? It's horrible. Must be horrible to live like that. But, I mean, we'll get it, but it's, I'm disappointed that it's not done. We did great with India and Pakistan. We did very good with Israel. I thought, look, October 7th was a disaster. People forget, you know, they like to forget. That was a horrible thing. But, you know, none of these things would have happened if I were president. If I were president, none of it would have happened. You wouldn't have the Israel problem. Iran was broke. They had no money. We had big sanctions on them. Biden immediately let them get rich, $300 billion they have right now. But they had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah. They had no money for anything. It was perfect. We wouldn't have had inflation that was caused by oil, Chris. The oil price went through the roof. It was also caused by their spending, but it was caused more by
Barrel?
oil than anything
That's what
else.
be a good
Oil
one.
went so high, got close to $100 a barrel. And that cost, and that also kept the war going with Putin because at $100 a barrel, that was a big money-making experience.
Senators to propose ban of
Now
direct
it's down
consumer
to
drug
where
ads.
It's not so good
Nice.
for them anymore. No, it's very important to get that solved. That's a bloodbath. That's a terrible bloodbath that's going on. Yeah, please go ahead.
You think they're changing character?
We're going to get those two getting together.
How so?
I told them.
What am I eating?
A a long time rival.
Beef jerky, baby.
Kashmir.
Tamuk's beef jerky.
I said, I can solve anything.
Tillamook.
I'll be your
Right, Cheese?
I will be your
And you know what, Cheese? Pro move. I leave it open on the desk. Gets a little harder.
They said 2,000 years.
Not as sausagey. More of a. It's not beef jerky. It's not straight jerky. Just a little snap. That's all I want. Just a little snap.
When I heard 2,000 years,
Who's
I
munching?
said,
That's
maybe John
Chuck.
will solve that problem.
Mr. President, will you punish Israel for striking Iran?
Peter? Well, we're not targeting. In fact, if you look
Sure,
today,
if
I
he
put
wins
out
our
a
ass.
statement today
No,
about
they're not.
farmers. Our farmers are being hurt badly by, they have very good workers. They've
The
worked
Hunter
for them for 20
sausage
years.
isn't labeled
They're not
sugar-free.
citizens, but
Take
they
AMD
turned out
Alpha
to
Michael
be,
Delta.
There's zero
Programming
carbs.
notes.
And we're gonna
Lisa
have to
Sue
do
currently
something about
speaking
that.
at
We can't
AMD
take
AI keynote.
farmers and take all their people and send them back because they don't have maybe what they're supposed to have, maybe not. And you know what's going to happen and what is happening? They get
Jimmy,
rid
you're
of
getting
some of the
wrecked.
people.
Love
'cause,
it.
You go into a farm and you look and people they've been there for 20, 25 years and they've worked great and the owner of the farm
freaking
loves
love
them
it.
and everything else. And then you're supposed to throw them out. And you know what happens? They end up hiring the people, the criminals that have come in, the murderers from prisons and everything else. So we're going to have an order on that pretty soon, I think. We can't do that to our farmers and leisure too, hotels. We're going to have to use a lot of common sense on that.
Yep. This is a swing for me on APLD.
Yeah, it's a very fair question. Look, I want to have an agreement with Iran. We're fairly close to an agreement. We are fairly close to a pretty good agreement. It's got to be better than pretty good, though, but it's got to be, I'd much prefer an agreement. As long as I think there is an agreement, I don't want
Hunters?
that going in because I think that would
Yeah, it's just Hunter
blow it.
sausage.
Might help it, actually, but it
Get a small.
also
yeah.
could blow it. But we've had very good discussions with Iran. Whether or
Sausage
not we get
sticks.
there, I can't tell you, but it'll happen soon.
I think it's what you bought. Didn't you buy
say this,
Hunter
Peter, very
sausage?
strongly.
Ticker
They can't
AbbVie
have-
shares
whether
are
it's
selling
going
off.
in or not
Alpha
going in,
Bravo,
they can't have
Bravo,
a nuclear
Victor.
weapon.
This has got to be on the senator,
more friendly path.
the ban.
What the Israelis told
All right.
servicemen and women who are stationed in the
They
Middle
didn't
East.
tell me anything, but I said, look, there's a chance of massive
AbbVie.
conflict. We have a lot of American people in this area, and I said, we got to tell them to get out because something could happen soon. And I don't want to be the one that didn't
On
give
the
any warning
ads?
and missiles are flying into their buildings. It's possible. So I had to do it. I had the choice. Do I do it or not? Doing it has its downside, but it also has its upside. Like you're going to save a lot of lives if it should happen. Hopefully that doesn't happen. Right? Thank you.
Urgent. Oh, this might be the headline. FDA approves mitomycin intravascular. I don't know what the word is. Solution for
It'd be a great day.
recurrent, low-grade, intermediate risk,
From
non-muscular
that
invasive
day,
bladder
what-
cancer.
What would you hope that they
Ah,
would
okay.
remember? And also, Mr.
How great
President.
our country is, and how strong our military is. We have the strongest military in the world. It's very interesting. 3 weeks
So
ago,
URGN.
it was the end of world
It's a
anniversary.
relatively
end of
low
World War
flow.
II.
We'll have to watch this when it opens.
And I called France, and
46 million
Macron
shares on
was
a
a good man.
pharma
I
stock
said, "What are you
with
doing?"
an
He
approved
goes,
drug.
"We're
Could use.
celebrating World War II, our victory." I said, "Your victory?
Especially-
Your victory? Tell me about that." And then I called somebody else, and I happened to speak to President Putin at the time. Now, in all fairness to him, he lost 51 million people, and he did fight. Russia fought. Sort of interesting, isn't it? He fought with us in World War II, and everybody hates him. And Germany and Japan, they're fine. Someday somebody will explain that, but I like Germany and Japan too. But Putin is a little confused by that, He said, we lost 51 million people and we were your ally, and now everybody hates Russia, and they love Germany and Japan. I said, let's explain that sometime, okay? But it's a strange world. But I will say this, look, I want them to go away saying how great our country is and how great our military is. And I was making all these calls. For some reason, I spoke to like 4 different places. Sir, are you celebrating? And I said, we won World War II and World War I, right? We won them. And yet we're the only country that doesn't celebrate. Everybody's celebrating except us. And I said, we should celebrate too.
Several No Kings protests planned across the country on Saturday as well. What are your thoughts on
I
this?
figure OMC,
No
Oscar,
Kings.
Michael
I don't
Scarlett,
feel
no
like a king. I have
FTC
to
may
go
hit
through
mega
hell to
ad
get
merger
stuff
with
approved.
unusual rule, no
A
boycotting.
king
Coming
would
from the New
say,
York
I'm
Times.
not going to get this. A king would have never
Because
had the
OMC are
California
selling off
mandate
Eagles
to
from
even
New
be
York
talking to him. He wouldn't have to call up Mike Johnson and Thune and say, fellas, you got to pull this off, and after years we get it done. No, we're not a king. We're not a king at all. Thank you very much. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Sir,
Go ahead.
Mr. President, sir, you made a lengthy posting today on Truth Social about Senator Rand Paul. Do you expect to see him at the picnic tonight, sir?
I do. I look forward to seeing him, actually. I like him. He's the hardest vote in the history of the U.S. Senate to get. Probably won't get him, but he's a very tough vote. I mean, he's a very tough vote. He's always been a friend of mine. I endorsed him and got him elected. I got him elected twice. But I don't think he understands how great this bill is. This is a great bill. No tax on tips, no tax on, the Social Security payments. It's unbelievable what happens. No tax on overtime. You work overtime, no more tax.
First ever short?
Those are big, but they're minor compared to the
Got a special place in your heart,
taxes
right?
reduced. And let's look at the other side. If it doesn't get approved, a 68% tax increase, 68%, including the fact that the Trump tax cuts kick in. But it's a 68% tax increase and many other bad things. I don't even want to, some of them are so bad I don't even want to talk about them. I think it's one of the greatest bills we'll ever pass in this country. And I think that Leader Thune and this gentleman right here, what he's gone through on this with, we started off with a majority of 1. Now I guess we have 7. So it's like easier, but it's really sort of 3. It's 7, but it really equates to 3, right?
Things really stop moving.
And we have great support. I mean, I can't tell you, I can't guarantee, but when you have a majority of essentially 3, where you can't lose anything more than 3 votes, and you get it passed, it's pretty amazing. And I think it's going to haunt the Democrats because most of the bill is common sense. It's tax cuts, it's border wall funding, it's military funding properly spent. It's all things that are like common sense. They're all good. There's nothing tricky about it. It's basic stuff. And we don't intend on getting one, think of it, not one Democrat vote in the House. Mike, not one. Maybe somebody will come along. I don't know how they can run for office. So many different things. We're gonna very important. Medicare and Medicaid are going to be
PANW shares are continued activity. CNBC is teasing upcoming Josh Brown new pick.
They're going to be strengthened. We're going to strengthen them. They're going to destroy them because under their policies, Medicare and Medicaid go away. Social Security under them is going to be devastated. With us, it's going to be kept, but much stronger than before. And very interestingly, I saw this. And I proved it because
less restriction on suppressors. I've never understood the suppressor.
I've already been there, but they're going to destroy Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security. They're going to wipe.
I mean,
them
I
out,
guess
in
you
my
kind of
opinion,
get. I
because
mean, maybe
the
people are
policies
afraid
so
that
bad, the country will have no money to pay for them.
someone's going to
We're gonna
use
make them
it
stronger
in
than
a
ever
nefarious
before.
way.
Thank
and
you very much, everybody.
It's not like it's a silencer. Just makes you. I look at it as a safety thing. You can use a firearm without blowing out your ears. And you can do t-shirts and cans. Yeah. I think it's the movie stigma that kind of goes along with suppressors. You can be sneaky and go kill lots of people and no one will know. but in reality, it doesn't really work that way. I mean, I guess I can on pistols. But it ain't no, like, James Bond sounds. You still probably want to use hearing protection, but it's not as bad. What's up, Dragon Slayer? Speaking of, aren't bump stocks back legal? Didn't the bump stock crew win their case in court? I think, like, silently, bump stocks are legal again. Like, they've been legal for, like, over a year now. Want to buy this? Let me see. I've always wanted a good suppressor. They are
suppressed.
What?
Glock 44 full auto.
What the Now, it's a little different because you wouldn't be able to tell if it was loud or not because the audio. It looked like it was shooting 22s. Chime open. So how did we go from $50 to $43? Glock 44 is a 22? I didn't know Glock made a 22. Are you serious? All right, well, that makes sense that it's a suppressed 22. Dude, no way! Glock makes a 22? I'm missing this trade because I'm now looking at Glock 44s. I did not know Glock made a 22. Glock 44. Are you shitting me? Is it single stack or what? When did this come out? Yeah, this is Chime Financial. Dude, how did I not know this? When did this shit come out? Fun toy is M9A1. 22. Beretta, huh? Fun fact, I actually have a Smith & Wesson. No, it's a Colt 22. Colt, like, allowed another company to make a 22 and put their name on it, the Colt name. It's a great little pop can. You got the Colt? Colt got bought by CZ. This is a long time ago. Colt got bought by CZ. That actually hurts me to my core. Like, I like the Colt history, the name, whatever. US company. Now it's owned by CZ. The junkiest of junk. So my gun's in a boating accent, so I need to replace them all. Wait, what? Did you? Is that right? Is that what happened? Yeah, same. It's funny. Mine got lost in a boating accident as well. I need to purchase some more. CZ's my fave. Get the hell out of here with that shit. Get the hell out of here. This will start an argument. Which round is the best for overall survival? What are we talking? Pistol or are we talking rifle? $10 I'm a cigar, though I like a nice 19. Yeah. 50 cal. Yeah. Like, what's our situation? You got to give us more than that. I'm going to mute Discord. You got to give us more than that. I mean, what do you mean? Like, we talking home defense survival? We talking like zombie apocalypse? What are we talking? Paul! Oops. Coming out. CRCL taking a poop. Buddha, we mute Chuck Jones. We don't listen to him. In all reality, we only listen to Beta Chuck anyway. So I got him on mute. Out stocks from 6 a.m. Watch the 40 break and bounce maybe on this. Disgusting. We can hit the sell button the fastest. Oh, look at this. This is why we're going to 40. Look at these shares here. Nope. Jeez. As soon as I take the buy, they're like, we got him, send it. Oh, we only got 4 cents out of them. Oh, yeah. What's up, Parsley? Yeah, Jimmy is just an absolute debacle. Now you got guys in here that just can't get out. Look at this. That's bad. Have pre-split prices of 480. I have no idea. Jeez. Lift. Ad product to engage riders. So it's ads while you are in the lift. See if this moves the stock. Coming from Beta Chuck. Feel like we're early. What are we gonna do here? Okay. Nothing. Wait, what? It's weird. Should be watching Kick Anna Sherry. She got her feet up in the camera. What? Fat high day? What? Huh. JetBlue plane off runway at Boston. Just happened just now? Benigo. A signal group? Where, Big Harry? In Twitch or in Discord? Send it to a mod if it's Discord. They'll ban him in an instant. Nana? Alright. Let's ban Nana. See ya, Nana. Yemen. It's Peaches account. Get racked, Peaches. I'm gonna call it here, boys. It's gotten kind of dead. So, take my 2K. Good day. Keeping the good days rolling. So, we're gonna raid OniPixel. I love OniPixel's clips. Yep, we'll be back tomorrow. Again, if you guys have any questions or comments, hit me up in the DMs. I am there to help. If you're struggling, you want free help, hit me up. Or at least hit someone up in Discord or whatever. We're there to help out. 2K a day. That's right. Good day. Good day. I got some errands I got to run, so I'm going to do that. Be back at it tomorrow. Finish out the week strong. Hopefully get some more juicers. Where are we at on the account now? 209. All right. Peace out, everybody. See you tomorrow.